Wow. 332 hours in the game now. Uh-huh. I love how it just said that, and it's like, yeah, I know. I do need to change my helmet, though.
Okay, we need a few solid laps here to help us calculate a good race strategy.
Now, I will say one thing here now, in which of the fact of the matter is that with the controller, I'm still using the toggle because it's just so much easier. With my wheel, it's the middle button on my center wheel, because I'm using a G27 Logitech G27 racing wheel. So naturally, I have 6 buttons right at the center hub of the wheel, so one of them is set to that. As is my camera. So it's all quick access. It's the reason why me and my dad fell in love with this wheel when we first got it, and why we wish we could get another one, just in case this one broke. But the prices on eBay, man, freaking people are insane about this wheel, because it's still one of the best racing wheels ever. You know, its force feedback isn't the best, but
Great lap. You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
it does the job. Oh, I'm really slow. Like, I'm only a second faster than the actual time. Like, that's not good.
Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
Like, I mean, I want a close battle for pole, don't get me wrong. But that might be a little bit too close. Even for my comfort level. I mean, yeah, this track has very limited passing, so I'm not going to change the difficulty because of it. Because there is very few spots for the AI to actually get around me if I get pole. Which I should. As long as I hit all my apexing right.
Great lap. You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
And I was thinking about it. And I was looking at it over the weekend as I did 3 races yesterday. So understand I am worn out. That is a draining period of time, but they were 3 really good racetracks.
Imminent. Be careful out there.
And if we're getting rain, I'm actually kind of happy. Because I do want to do some actual wet practicing around this track. Like, just a few laps, not many. Just to get a feel for the setup in the rain, that's all.
Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
But I will admit that doing those 3 races, you know, it just put me further ahead than I wanted. Because it puts me past Austria, which just puts us out of reach for this week to catch up. Actually, no, it does, by 1 race. Unless I can find a way to double up somewhere. We will not catch but I am not doing any of my management programs per se. Although I have been noticing some interesting bugs lately with the game.
Program complete.
And one of them is the weather, actually.
So come on back to the garage and I can talk you through the numbers.
The weather system seems a little bit buggy. And way more inconsistent than what it should be. Because like, over the weekend I was running, you know, France, Austria, and Canada. That was my day yesterday. Was Canada, France, and Austria. So you can understand why I did Austria, because it's like, and I did Austria in under an hour and a half with a lap time of a 1:05 in my team save. So figure this is my 5th race of this year. So yeah. The weather's just inconsistent, that's all. Like, sometimes it'll rain and then other times I'll get, you know, no rain. And like yesterday I had a race where I was going to have wet qualifying, and then because of how much practice I did the first session, the weather forecast for qualifying shifted. And it's like, that's never happened before.
Come in this lap, please. Box this lap.
Lost a grip there.
Less than a lap of fuel now. The tank is empty.
Box this lap.
Right, come in at the end of this lap.
Because I can tell the grip level's coming off of the car, which means it won't be much longer till inters are required.
At least another 10 minutes until this rain evens out. Stay alert out there. Our best lap so far is a 1:11.3.
We will do a couple of the tire management, or a couple programs here, just to see. We'll do the management with inters and that stuff.
We need to be sure you can manage the tires through a lap, so try to keep the wear down through each corner. Be especially careful accelerating on corner exit.
Because this is actually like the first time I've actually got in proper like rain conditions for this track. And, like, it's gonna get worse too. Like it's starting with light rain, then it's gonna go to heavy rain, which I kind of want to stay in the session for.
is more or less as expected. These conditions are only getting worse. Watch out for standing water. Okay, test complete, and that was a very good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining.
See, that's one of the few spots where you could actually pass here. Is down that front straight. But that's like it. Like, that's literally... That's like where most of my main passing will be done, is on that front straight. Otherwise, I'm gonna sit behind the AI for the most part when I'm even lapping traffic if they don't get out of my way. Because there really is not a lot of passing here.
was a 1 minute 20.8. Box this lap, please. Box this lap.
Yeah, I was going to, because I just saw the tire temp and track down, drop way down, which means it's wet condition, like tire time. Yeah, look at the left rear. That's wet tire temp. Meaning that basically the Inter is getting too much water on it and not enough dry track, which means it's basically now time to go to full wet. Which is good, because that's where I really need to test the setup.
Okay, with conditions as they are, I'd suggest you take a set of full wets.
No, we're not going to run 30 laps, no. I'm just running enough to get a feel for the car in these conditions, and then we're going to go right to quali. I'm not worried about those last two management programs.
Okay, radar suggests this weather isn't going anywhere. Let us know when you've burned through those tires and want to dry off a bit. We'll keep another set ready to go.
I will say this right here, right now, though. The conditions you're seeing right now, if it's practice, you'll never see F1 running it. And here's why. Hydroplaning. Aquaplaning. Especially at the start of a session. Also, real life tracks like this, where you have a corner where it literally slopes down.
Now, but it's going to take a while for the track to dry out.
Where you have slope corners like that, you would have puddling at the base of that corner because the grass would only take so much. Same thing here. You would have water starting to pool up right here at the bottom of that corner, which is the reasons why F1 would not run in practice at this track specifically if it was heavy rain. Light rain, maybe. But full wet conditions is not typically an F1 thing for practice. And if it was a full wet tire start, it would be a rolling start, not a standing start, like the game does. And the reason for that is because of the fact that wet tires, just you can't get going without mass wheel spin across the board from a standing start, so it's actually safer if they don't do standing starts with full wets.
Okay, that last lap was a 1:25.2.
The setup feels actually quite good for the wet conditions, which is good. Although right there it kicked out a little bit. Wow. There's very, very little grip going around this track right now. But what do you expect when it's raining? I mean, there's not a lot you can expect grip-wise. Like, I'm feeling it every lap. Ooh. Oof. Spun the rear end, just got a little bit loosey-goosey.
minute 25.6.
I'm running to lap 30. 1 actually. That's how you use a freaking wiggle. I had a moment when I was running my French GP because I got rain in it. I had a moment with my controller where one of the corners I would lose the tail consistently on. Well, one of the times I did, I actually, as it was sliding, I let off the throttle and tapped the brakes, which spun the car the other way, and I hit the wall sideways. But I was able to get right back going and right back on the line because of how I impacted. Granted, in real life, that would have been my race over, but, you know, it was kind of one of those things where it was like, other times when I did it with my inters through that quarter, I would actually drift the quarter. And all I did to get it to drift was actually let off the throttle and let the rear end kind of kick out and then straighten itself back out once we were back to the flatter part of the corner. I know it's no longer full wet conditions, but I want to get these last 2 laps in. On these tires, just because this is the last stint I'm doing of practice.
Left of this rain, then we think it's going to dry up. 10 minutes. Be careful with the front wing. You've taken some minor damage. Okay, that last lap was a 1:30.7. results have set us back a little.
I'm just gonna advance right to quality. Fuck it. Hey, nearly done. Like literally, this next race will complete it.
Of our top three, who are Schumacher, Albon, and Carlos Sainz. And if today's practice is
Normally, you won't ever see me do what I just did there. Normally I'm not like that, where I just advance right to quality like that. Because I lose out on so much R&D by doing that. Now, the smarter thing to do is actually to load into the session and then sim the session. But unfortunately, that takes a lot longer to go through.
If it were me, this is probably what I'd invest in.
26% chance, so it's basically a 74% chance that it will pass. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I gotta go for it at least, you know, a little bit. Like, look at that though. Me and Lewis, 1-2 the first 4 races. Oh yeah, I gotta pull easy.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
with qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three.
Ooh,
Schumacher,
1.2
Hamilton,
seconds
and Max.
faster. Not much faster.
good qualifying performance.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Schumacher lines up on pole position, and it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Albon, Sebastian Vettel, and Sainz.
After the points finish last race, let's aim to keep the momentum going. Okay, our system checks are good. We need to stay in formation and start bringing the car up to temperature, please. Get some load into the tyres and work the brakes. We want them nice and warm by the end of the lap.
Shouldn't have to work them too hard here.
Expected. No rain expected for the time being.
Perfect. We're not too far ahead either. And I'm gonna keep the timer going just with this first stint, basically, with this first set of laps. I'm gonna just let the timer go, counting every minute. Won't do the lap until I hit pit road entry.
Keep an eye on the lights. The start sequence will begin as soon as the grid has formed. Be ready with the clutch. Well done, mate. Nice start.
Three seconds out in front, right off the rip. But if you notice, I'm not really using my ERS system, and I'm not really, like, really pushing the car. will use ERS on this exit though, to the main straight.
Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
Didn't really pull that much further ahead that lap, but I'm dialing back how much I'm pushing the car already because it's worth trying to save as much of the engine as I can. Although I have noticed over the last couple of races, the fact that my engine is at 37 versus where my team one is, which has got the same number of upgrades. This save here, I've been able to run standard a little bit more frequently, which has allowed me, you know, an ability to actually not wear the engine as badly. And by running in standard, which would be the natural, like, fuel,
Overtake button more. It's time to utilize some of this energy.
like, engine mode, the engine shouldn't wear that heavily in truth because of that. Because the engine's working how it normally would. Where, like, if I'm in lean, it actually works at a different rate, which changes the wear because of different things. And rage, because it makes the engine run hotter, does also change a lot of those factors too.
Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
But I also am trying, you know, to make sure that, well, yes, I am pulling away from Lewis at a pretty good rate. I'm not really pulling that far away that quickly. But as I am nearly out to that 10-second gap, and we're not even 10 laps in, I am gonna drop to lean fuel now.
to teammate behind is 9.7 seconds.
"11 seconds ahead. 7 laps in. It just kind of sucks for F1 though in a way, because the Dutch fans were so ready for this track to come to F1 and everything else, and then COVID happens, and it's like, that's just like the ultimate kick in the face. Same thing with Vietnam. Vietnam was so looking forward to F1 finally coming there and everything else, and then again the same thing, and it's like, I feel so bad for those countries, because like they deserve to see these guys run, and they will. It should have been this year, period. That's why I've been playing the game so much too, is because like I feel so bad for the sport in the, you know, for the guys in the fan base. So that's why I keep going with my career modes, because like I feel justified in doing so. Because this is the 6th time I've ran this track. 6th time I've ran Vietnam. Yes, I've won every single race that I've ran since the game has come out. Understand that, well, yes, I've done that. It also means, you know, a lot more to me, because I'm racing a car that I love. I'm actually liking the black Mercedes. I do anticipate that next season it'll go back to silver, or maybe a mix of the two. Sort of like the We Races 1's game, how it's kind of split. Maybe they could do that in some way, because I kind of like the black, but I also really love the silver. So finding a balance between the two would be even better, in my opinion anyway.
Let's use overtake and burn some of this energy. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up.
Wow. Barely.
We're leading our teammate by 17.6 seconds.
But I do like this track. It's fast, it's tricky, very limited on the passing in a lot of ways. It's a good track for F1 to go to. "15 laps in. 17 laps. Standard fuel. It's already one car, one lap down. And if you, over the weekend I watched Clara Williams, as Williams was leaving at Monza. I watched the clip that they showed of everything that went on that day for her. That day was hard for her. She did not want to leave. I can tell you that much. But their name isn't tagged according to one of the interviews that she did that day. The name isn't tagged, the name will remain. But it's gonna be hard to not see the family behind that name anymore. But financially and everything else, it's just smarter. Because if they could get someone in there who's got, you know, the money to actually be able to invest, to put time and effort into making that team what it once was, you know, I'm all for it.
Well, you've got a lot of spare energy. Use your overtake button.
but it's gonna be disappointing, you know. I mean, like Williams has been, the family of Williams has been in the sport for so long that to see them just leave after Monza just kind of hurts in a way. Because even though I haven't watched F1 my entire life, I still know their legacy. Mainly because of their multi-wheel monstrosity of an F1 car. It was what was it? 2 wheels up front and 1 set in the rear? It was like ridiculously designed, but it worked. Because at one point in time it was allowed and now it's not because of obvious reasons. But of course, you know, the Williams family will still be allowed in their garage. It will always be their home. It will always be theirs. You know, that's something that the family wanted to make sure of before they sold the team, was that they could keep the name. So therefore, they always had that part of them that was a part of the F1 series.
Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. A teammate behind is 37.6 seconds. Be careful, we think you're going to start losing some tire grip around now.
Yeah, what else is new?
Battery charge is high. Let's use that overtake button more. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums.
Risky one-stop strat, but I'm determined that it's going to work well in our favor.
Fuel target is +1. Faster engine modes are available.
40 minutes into this GP already. Total time.
Box. We're coming in this lap. Lewis is in the pits.
I'll pit in a lap. I'll go one lap later than Lewis. Just because they weren't cleared before I would have entered, so it would have been a longer stop. So, he pits on 31, I pit on 32. It's essentially the same strategy still, it's just one lap later.
Go now.
42 minutes, first stint. That's from formation lap to now.
That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops.
Actually, no, I want to keep it in standard while I'm on mediums. Because that's what I did the race strategy program on, so it's what's going to be the best for these tires. I know it may not be the best on the engine, but it's what I did for the strategy program, so as long as I keep the consistency, which was essentially just this setup here. And maybe occasional ERS down this straightaway.
The gap behind us is 39.0 seconds. work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
Rewind that. I don't know why that fucking went wrong there, but whatever. Had that apex held perfectly. Like, genuinely had that apex held perfectly. Oh, shush. Puppies. "42 seconds ahead of Verstappen." Almost a minute up on Vettel. Although, the one thing I will say about this track is fuel saving here actually isn't that hard because of just how the track is actually laid out. It's why you're actually seeing me kind of actually say, like, basically right at what I start the lap on. And maintain that throughout the entire lap.
We're increasing our gap on the car behind by around a second a lap.
Because here again, 0.7 corner exit, probably will be 0.67 into this corner. Yeah, I'm not burning fuel, I'm kind of like sitting at that same point,
Use your overtake
maybe a
button more. It's time
percent
to utilize some of this energy.
or two here or there. It's a little bit more when I'm not using my ERS system. 52 seconds ahead of Verstappen.
Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap.
We'll save it to about a lap of excess. And then I'll stop using ERS right afterwards. Like, I'm not gonna use it anymore.
Fuel is looking really good. You're managing it well.
But he's afraid that that was gonna cause a safety car and then I'd be pissed. I'm on such a good run here. Although I do see these guys pitting relatively soon.
Pulling out a second lap on the car behind. Let's use overtake and burn some of this energy.
Now see, why would I do that? when I already have, nearly a lap lead. And what I say it boils down to is pitch strategy. Is how I got the 1 lap lead. That's what it boils down to.
Okay, clear.
50 laps in. Ugh. One arm is killing me already. Hey, Chow. Corner by corner. We're just over an hour in, by the way, into this event. One stop strat, which is why I'm leading by what I am. Not done much strategy-wise outside of that. It varies based on track. Like a track like Belgium, even though it's 44 laps, it's a minute 40 lap time. So if you figure a minute 40, the longest you'll get is 2 hours, is the longest, and that's only at Singapore. That's the only track where it ever comes close to that. On average, at a track like this where it's a minute 12 lap, it's on average an hour and 20, maybe an hour and a half at most. I did Austria yesterday. It's my third race yesterday. That race took me just over an hour and 20 minutes, which was a minute like 6, a 1:06 lap time average. It was an insanely quick lap. I can do it just because I've done it so much, is primarily the reason why I can do it. But I will always recommend at least half the race distance if you pick up the game. At least do a half, because at least then, you know, in the case of this race, you're doing 36 laps, which is about a half hour to an hour, depending on how good you are. The shortest event you can have is 5 laps, I believe. 3 or 5 laps, I can't remember. But I always recommend half a race distance minimum, because that's what will give you probably the most accurate wear on your engine versus 25% or less, as we're looking at 20 laps to go now. It's definitely an endurance type thing. You gotta have the endurance to be able to be willing to actually sit here for 2 hours or an hour and a bit. And I mean, yesterday I ran a total of 3 races, so I mean, all varying between an hour and 20 minutes to an hour and 40, because my French GP got rained, so it anytime you get rain, it extends that duration by a little bit because it's about a 10 to 15 second drop off from dry tires to wet compound tires. So, yeah, that wasn't fun. Which that was my second race yesterday. My first race was Canada, which I was already like 10 laps in when I did that one. Because I had started it the day before.
We've got a lot of spare energy. Use your overtake button.
There's not a lot of people like me who can actually do this for this long. Because it is a long period of time. It covers a lot of time. But that's why, if you're someone like me who knew this race was going to take a while, even though it's a fast lap timer on this circuit, that's why you pre-plan ahead with how you do your programs, your practice stuff, and that stuff. I mean, when I was doing my Austria run yesterday, the main reason why I even did it, the third race of that, was because literally my lap time was so insanely fast. Like, we're talking just over a minute. Like, it was insanity.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up.
Roughly, my Austria race was about 6 seconds faster than this race right now. I thought for a second the game was gonna fucking crash. Oh my lord. That was a hard stopping moment. The game literally froze for a solid second there. Have no idea what caused that. But I will tell you this much, we will be pretty much done with the podium pass after this race. Again. And it's because they didn't design the podium pass for full races, they designed it for people who play more casually, not people like me who have played the game non-stop since it came out. Literally. But it's funny, you say you can't do that. You want to know what I did after my Austria GP yesterday? Because I know the server commands for CSGO. Yeah, I did a competitive match of, and the max rounds was set to 200. Total time it took, 3 hours. map, one of the maps that I've never played before. So, yeah. Over 300 kills, too. Quite a few deaths, too. So, I mean, you could understand that I'm kind of one of those guys that's an endurance type of person that just has that energy and all that shit. Which is why with Siege and the multiplayer, I'm so rusty at the start, but like as I go and play through a whole I do gradually get better throughout a run. But that's why I can't play Siege anymore in the multiplayer, because it just takes me too long to get going. Like, I'm not one of those people that could just start up Siege, start up in multiplayer and just go for it. I'm not like that. The whole reason why a lot of times I start these, every time I do a race in this game, why I always do that first full session of practice is because that's me warming up and me waking up more than anything else. And I said this was going to be a one-stop race. Yeah, I kind of lied. I'm going to stop on lap 62. 10 laps to go for a brand new set of softs to try to go for a fastest lap run, which is why I just shifted my fuel mixing. So for the next couple of laps, we could save fuel to be able to do that.
We're at +1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target +1.
Now imagine, Chow, too, that with controller, yeah, you want to know what took the brute force of what started to get sore first? Yeah, it was actually my trigger finger, not my steering hand. That one was fine, because it's more or less a flick with the controller. And in the case of doing a long event like this, the main thing that takes the brunt force for me is my left shoulder. Because I use it as predominantly when I'm turning left. So when there's tracks that are more left than right, it takes more of the wear. Where if I'm at a track that's more balanced, sort of like this one is, it's neither of my shoulders really take the hit, but it's just because of force feedback on my wheel. And it's not because my wheel has a lot of force feedback, it really doesn't. But it has the right amount, and, you know, we're talking, I've been in this race for over an hour. And you know, it's 72 laps total. So I mean, it's not like the easiest race for me to just run it. like, I couldn't run, like, 10 Monacos in a single day. Never would happen. Box this lap.
Pitting this lap then. Come into the pits at the end of this lap.
Because Monaco is such a technical course, well, yes, it's a fast course, it's also very technical. So it's, you know, a track that's not necessarily an easy track per se to go by.
Battery charge is high. Let's use that overtake button more. Go, go, go.
So right, from race start to where my, to that, stint there, that was 37 minutes before I finally came in and pitted. The first stint was 42, and that was counting formation lap and everything else. So my timer is actually a little bit, has actually a little bit more time on it because of the formation lap, which is why it's slightly off by about 2 minutes. 2.5 actually, about 2.5 minutes off of what the race time will be. ERS all the way down this straight. No ERS through here or through the DRS sector that's coming up here. The reason for that is because I've been doing that consistently every lap, and that's because it allows me to save just enough ERS for the front straightaway. I'll turn the engine up to rich with on lap 70 probably. So again, I'm trying to get this done as quickly as I can. Doing what I just did there is not going to help that time, but I am trying because I know it is draining on me. Trust me. Trust me, it's extremely draining on me. But one of the biggest ways I could also explain the fact that this is endurance and how Siege and it connect in a way with the multiplayer is if you ever watch the team of G2 in situations like they were just in a tournament and they just won the part of the tournament, the first bit of the tournament, they won it, and they won it after a 22 round stand, or no, I was actually watching their Invitational from 2019 where they won, and the first map was Coastline, 22 fucking rounds before they finally won, and then literally, because they have so much endurance and they're more of an endurance team, which basically means that they know how to pace themselves. That's essentially what I have to do here when I'm running 67, 72, or 70 some laps, is that I just need to pace myself. I can't rush it. You know, I gotta just be consistent. And it's so much easier to be consistent when you're out in front than if you're in the back of the pack. Because you're focusing on where you need to put your car, not, you know, having to pass 10, 15 cars.
We have 5 laps of fuel remaining.
Yeah, no. But I want to, where I'm going to actually turn ERS, or where I'm actually going to turn it up to rich fuel, is actually at the end of lap 70. That final corner is where I'll turn it up to rich and we'll go the final 2 laps. That's why that's why I'm saving for this lap and majority of the next lap, to ensure that I have enough fuel to be able to do it. Because it is a lot of fuel burn. Just hope I could get around this alpha kind of quickly. Final set of corners. Have 2 laps of excess, which should be enough.
use your overtake button more, it's time to utilize some of this energy. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining. Yellow flag. Green flag.
He won't bring out a safety car, trust me. There's no fucking way they would do that. Kinda shitty though, he's literally going out of the race just before the ending.
Great job. You've
Hour
done
and a half.
everything we wanted today.
Real time. Just over an hour and a half.
That's it for another Grand Prix and a fantastic win for Mercedes.
Oh, God.
What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge?
And for the 5th straight race, me and Lewis,
Consistency was probably the
1-2.
key today. There's being quick, and then there's being quick lap after lap after lap. If you can do that, you can capitalize on other people's errors without making many of your own. And that's an approach that can push you a long way up the field.
Mercedes are on top form once again after an excellent race weekend. It's great to see them up on that podium once again.
That's one of the new emotes, by the way. One, two, and nearly 1,500 off from finishing already.
Let's see what effect this result has had.
88
on the
minutes.
driver's standings. Schumacher increases their championship lead.
I told you,
after an
take about
incredible
2
day of
minutes,
racing.
2.5
Who was your
minutes off
driver
the
of the day,
freaking
Ant?
Well,
off
for me,
real
it's got to be
time.
Lewis Hamilton, the
And you
multiple
get
world
about the
champion,
same
maybe
amount of
the boring
time.
course at this point, but you can't argue that he's a driver deserving
Oh.
of his reputation.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the
Because that's
Constructors'
just under an hour and a half.
Mercedes continue to extend their lead. Meanwhile, AlphaTauri's strong weekend allows them to continue their march up the table. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
The fans really seem to enjoy that. You made it look easy.
You and your teammate took the top 2 positions today. Have you got the best car out there? Things looked close between you and your rival for a bit, but you came out on top, didn't you? How do you feel seeing your teammate up on the podium?
Appreciate your time.
The only thing I don't like is that they got rid of the showman stuff and that stuff and the sportsmanship stuff, which is still an important factor of F1. Because, like, you could actually look at, like, someone like Vettel, And you could tell that he's a showman. That he wants to win. Doesn't care where he's at, he wants to win. He has a tendency to like to show off. Where someone like Lewis focuses more on his car and his team being able to provide him the car that he needs to be able to put his car in a position to win. Hey, it went through. Sweet.
Hey, we've had the new parts come through from the fabrication process. We'll have them with us for the next Grand Prix.
So we're now just a little bit in front of Red Bull there. We're actually in front of everybody there. And power unit wise, yeah, we're destroying everybody. Like, that's not even a joke. Actually, that's even worse though. Microsoft bought Bethesda? Really? Why? Okay. Okay, that's... Okay. Jesus! Okay! That's a bit much! Jesus, like, I mean, I get it that Bethesda is worth a shit ton of money, but damn! Although, I'm not surprised. Oh, they won't do that. Microsoft's gone away from that Xbox exclusive bullshit. Have you not noticed that? I mean, they still do some exclusives, but very few. And inevitably, they eventually make it to PC anyway. So, I'm not too concerned about exclusivity because Microsoft looks at their PC stuff and their console stuff as the same product now. That was all started when Windows 10 came out. And I noticed that, although, kind of want to know what happened to Forza, honestly. But anyway, let's jump over to Empyrean. And the save I started on Friday, as I'm now done with that. For now. Although I am going to take damage when I load in because of the fact that I was cheating the last time I was playing. So, and it's a survival save, so I'm probably going to break a leg. Oh well, not a big deal. I am going to probably cheat with God mode again, but not for any reason but for combat. Because it's just easier in God mode to fight. It's especially when you got things that have there are creatures in this game that literally have about 60 different status effects, and if you don't have every medical supply for them on you, you're fucked. Like, it don't matter. And I'm not dealing with shit like that. Although I am probably going to cheat in some weapon turns for my build already because, yeah. Seems like a good idea. just to, probably just one or two, probably one of the front, one of the back of it, just to cover defense. It's not going to be a lot. It's just going to be enough to basically defend what little base I have at the moment from any potential threats or targets that could want to kill me. But then again, I can always look and see if I actually have turrets unlocked yet, and see if I can craft them. Or see what I would need to craft at least the standard. Oh, it didn't break the legs. Sometimes it does. Most times it does. Let's see. They do have them available to me. I just haven't unlocked them in the tech tree yet. How much are they, though? 12. How close am I? It's still quite a ways off. We should be alright, though, for right now. Oh yeah, and this is why I was using God mode for building, because of the height when I was doing things. Speaking of which, can I get the color texture tool from you? Yes. So I can actually paint this in some way, so it's not just this black. Let's sleep real quick. Cause, yeah. And just to also add, Microsoft's exclusives, even if they're exclusive to Microsoft stuff, they're exclusive to their store thing, too, normally. I mean, I know that Halo's now on Steam, but, like, that was bound to happen. Just purely because... well, because it just was. Yeah, Elder Scrolls is pretty old. Like, I've never actually cared for it because of its age. Yeah. That's why I'm not, like, I don't care for Elder Scrolls. I've never cared for Skyrim at all. Like, I've never actually cared for it. I cared for Fallout 4, but that was it. That's as far as that goes. That's the only credit I'm gonna give Bethesda, because Fallout 4 was actually a really good game, in its own right. Although I haven't played it in ages, and I don't even have it installed anymore. Because, yeah, I gave up on Bethesda being a good company. The only company I can trust to be good is Ubi at this point. Because they're the only ones that actually tends to listen. You know, in a weird way, like, I said before, the community wanted Battle Royale from Ubi. So, how'd they do it? Well, they did it futuristic, which means that I don't care for it. And most of the people that I know that like Ubi won't care for it. So, therefore, it works for me. Because it's the way they should have done it. Not that Hyperscape is a bad game. I'm not discrediting that it may be actually a very good game. I'm just saying that it's not my thing. Hold on, let me turn on structural first before I continue too far on that. Okay. I don't have enough carbon blocks, but I do have wood that I could use for a base. That will just at least allow for it to be supported by something that actually wants to support it. Go. And then we can go for this look across the bottom here. So that way at least it all looks the same. Yeah, we'll do that for that block. That block only though. I don't see anything that wants to kill me, but I'm gonna walk with my gun out and ready while I collect some stuff to collect some XP, which I need a lot of. But I also need to collect some resources and that stuff too. Plus that, this is a lot of plant fiber back here that's useful. I'm listening for anything that could kill me. Ooh, what are you? Gold! Nice! That's something you don't see normally. I'm looking absolutely everywhere. But the key is with this game is hearing. Being able to hear your enemy before you see them is a good thing. That's why I'm, like, I hate the sound effects, but at the same time, I'm glad they're the way they are. Because if they weren't, I wouldn't, you know where the enemies were. They're terrifying sounds, but they're terrifying for a reason. Ooh, radiation right here. Wonder why that is. Because I know the perish time on plant protein. That's why I'm willing to grab so much of it while I'm out like this. Of all these resources, actually. Because, again, they're good to get, and food is important for a lot of things. If you want to survive, that is. But plant fiber is the main reason why I come out of here, all the way out here, because like, this is heaven on the plant fiber side. So getting as much of it as possible is totally worth it. But if you notice, I am slowly working my way back towards the base now. Because I've pretty much claimed everything for a good radius around my base. that's what I wanted. That was the other reason too, was because collecting stuff like that is such an easy way to gain XP. Nope, nope, wrong screen. This one. I believe it's how many I can make. There. And can you... I cannot afford that. Oh, I know why. I need cobalt for that. Fuck. I don't know where to get cobalt from. The whole point, too, of me painting it all something simple was so I could see damage on it. now we have a way of defending the base. And we won't actually have to do it most times. Just do a standard flat roof for now, just in case that you want to expand later. Which of course I probably will. But this way now at least the base is actually airtight. And then go over here. Yep, needs purified water. Which, the reason why I need that is in order to make these, I need, that. Which are the growing plots that I need, but I also need growing lights, which I don't have unlocked in my tech tree yet. Oh no, I do. I just haven't crafted any. Heh. But at least then I can actually get at least one of these up now, too, after all the fuel-related stuff is done. Which, we're gonna go figure this out now. We're gonna go find water. Which means I need my hover vessel. which is over here. Let me do something first though. Let me waypoint that so I don't lose it. I don't want to travel like super far away from my base though either. Like I want it within like basically a mile radius. If I can get it. I wanted to actually switch sides, so I had the harvester on the front side of this. So I could basically take anything that I would want tree-wise. Get it out of my way. Oh. Okay, I'm a half mile out and I still don't see any water. That's not good. You would think that being a swamp there would be plenty of water somewhere, but right now that's not appearing to be the case. Although this is water right here. That's really hard to tell. That is water there. Huh. Okay. 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 God mode, please. There we go. Now I can actually see. 41 minutes. Okay. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to... No! I'll just waypoint it here. Water. And it was just a mile out from the base, so that's not too bad. No, I want something kind of specific here. Just so I have it for long-range engagements. Good job, base. I'm gonna park this. Yeah, right there. That'll work. Structural integrity can come off. I came back here so I could get more fuel, primarily. I just heard it. How did he spawn inside my base? That's odd. Yeah, but the difference is though is with Rockstar and GTA 5. GTA 5 was actually a good game for the, you know, the GTA franchise. Just yeah, just not my particular taste on the fact that everything is online focused, which is annoying. You know, all the cool shit's all online, or else you have to mod it in, basically, which is annoying to me. where to put this. Although there's not O2 in this base. But nope. It's the wrong block. Even though there's no O2 on the base, or in the base circulating, there is O2 on the planet. So even though in the base is airtight, this should still work without issue. Yep. Shall we go do some exploring for a change? As I've not done much of that lately, and there is probably some stuff around. It's worth at least going and seeing. And I mean, XP is XP too. So I mean. Yeah, I'm just gonna avoid that. That's one of the missions that they still need to work on what they exactly want with the campaign. Small iron deposit. Before you ask what's happening there, that's one of the downsides to the game that occurs sometimes. So if you're too low to the planet's surface and you come over water, it has a tendency to stick you to the planet's surface, which basically means you go in the water. Your vessel still works, it doesn't damage anything, it's just sort of an annoyance. What's up, buddy? Huh? Thought I heard something else. My friend's done a good job though on this vessel because it's small enough that it can fit through a lot of this stuff, and it's not like super glitchy. So it's actually really maneuverable, as you saw there, because it pinged right off of that instead of a lot of the other vessels that I have that get stuck in a lot of spots completely randomly too. Granted, this vessel is not as powerful as, say, his assault tank, because that thing has a lot more firepower, than what this does. God mode. We're gonna go kill some Zarek because, yeah, I don't really care about pleasing them. And in the case of these guys, because they have actual guns, I'd rather be able to just fly and fight them at range if I can. This is cheating though. That's cheating. But ow, ow, ow. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. Also nice. Fuel, iron. And the other two can stay. Like I said, combat-wise, I said I was going to cheat. So, yeah, this is all combat and all things that I am going to do quite frequently. Zarek's probably the least feared one, though, for me, enemy-wise now. Because all they are is guns. They're not actually, like, anything that's super harmful. Except the ones that have the laser. They're ones I do kind of draw the line on. Just making sure there's no secret stuff. unlegit tier 2 shoddy, but I literally don't care. This is just how I normally gather a shit ton of resources anyway. I tend to gather a bunch of stuff and tend to, you know, use what I can, like the rounds there and the food, that's useful. The food and the ammo is really useful when I remember to actually loot the enemies. Anything in there useful? Actually, that was crafting material, so... Oh, I didn't know these were actual things you could actually hide shit in. Huh. Interesting. That's cool. That's something I genuinely did not know. Oscillators are useful to get a hold of. Optical fiber. As I'm just... You know how much rep that's actually taking, and it's like, yeah... I don't really care how much you hate me. Yeah, the laser ones do significant damage to you. They have a status effect on them because they can actually break your limbs and shit. Okay. That's that building done. Now I know there was one other one. Ah, there it is. Which I am gonna dip underground to get closer to, just because. Yep, listening post. Yeah, look at all the weapons. Very rare. Ooh, fusion cells. Oh, that's useful. I'm not gonna take anything that's building material though. That's actual like building stuff. Sort my inventory by mass, please. Down. Other way. And that will actually automatically do that from now on every time. Well, since I'm just gonna cheat anytime I'm in combat, I'm gonna just throw all that in there to free up the space. Found the core. And I will admit that the way I'm doing this right now, yes, I will admit that this is actually super cheaty, but it's, you know. In my mind, it's harmless. You know, it doesn't really affect my progress much. How much I actually progress through the game, it really doesn't affect you. Ooh. Another rare one, very rare one. Don't need the minigun, we'll take the Pentex though. here? Ammo. Ooh, nice. Although I don't actually need them, so I'm not going to get them. I'm not going to take ammo if I don't actually need it. Both of those I do need, though. Ow. What the fuck is that thing? Those are a new enemy type that I've never seen before. Oh, Jesus. I mean, does it affect progress? Yes, because I'm getting, you know, kills and I'm getting shitloads of XP here, too. But it's not enough, in my mind at least, to really panic. Oh, come on. The reloads are ridiculously long for some reason, though, too. That is an enemy type I've never seen before. Wait, what the fuck was that? I guess now's a good time to blow up the car, right? So at least they stop spawning. That's more useful to me. It's no longer Zarak either, so that's the other reason why it's sort of helpful to do that. Alright. Where's my vessel now? There it is. Waypoint, remove on approach. Oh, there was one more building. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move closer with this, but I'm gonna try to stay as far back as I can. As to not tip that base off over there. Oh, they actually liked we kill that. Interesting. There it is. I'll have to go up and... yeah, give me a moment. Yeah, we should be okay here. Just give me a moment. Oh. Okay. I do absolutely adore this game, though. Even with as much as I cheat, I still adore the game, regardless. Now, something I've never actually used, and I'm going to try now. This puzzle has something on it that I've never actually used. But I'm gonna try to use it in a moment. As soon as I get back to one of those bases, the listening post. I want to try something. I don't know what this tool can do. This tool turret can actually do. That's why I'm gonna go in and investigate what it can do. I would assume it can salvage blocks, because if it can, that means mass salvaging. And again, because I've already destroyed the cores, excuse me? Ah! So it puts it in the same box. That's fucking cool. That's really cool. So I can actually like take out a huge section of this now, claiming as much resource as I want. That's really cool. Because it goes on that inventory. $87 kills. Not bad. Bases. Anything else I want in here yet? No. Not yet. It's pretty good though. Let's go ahead and head back. By the way, there is autopilot. Flight 2. All you gotta do is press control and it will hold your speed. It won't control where you're going, but it will control your speed. Ooh! Oh, you saw that? I nearly freaking got hit by him out of God mode. Almost. He almost got me. And yes, I'm actually headed to the water first. The water waypoint first. Grab my dogs because I need to drop more fuel in the thing for that. why I had the biofuel on me. And then we'll throw that one in there. So now it's got 4 hours. Which, if I was trying to do actual mass, I have no idea how you would ever move a full stack of those. Because it's literally impossible. Like, without a capital vessel with a big storage capacity thing nearby. Which normally I have, but I've, oh, I went past it. So now it's got the right base marked. Yep, base attack coming. Oh boy. Well, I was saying for a while, this is where it's gonna get interesting because I have no idea how this is gonna go. I hope it goes well. I hope. Took some severe damage there. Nothing too major. Nothing that can't be fixed with a little bit of multi-tool work. They got near the core, but not... They didn't hit the core. Thank God. Nothing around that got damaged. So, that's good. Yes, Tiger, I hear you. But it's the reason why I wanted 2 more turns. So glad the light can float. So that way, the next time the next base attack happens, I'm a little bit more prepared. I don't know how much of that it'll actually be able to fill, but yeah, we will definitely have to throw some more steel into this base, that stuff. But I also need to make sure that I also get that Core 2 extender. And I would rather do that before. How long does that take? Normally it says 112 seconds, so basically 2 minutes. Because right now I sit at already 66,000. Woof. That is close. But if you look at how much shit I actually have in here, I mean, I've covered a fairly large amount of my base space here with stuff. Yet I still haven't built an actual bed to actually sleep in yet. Let's fix that problem, shall we? Copper, plenty of copper, plenty of stuff in there. Which I'm actually gonna go underground further and place that down there. And then we can throw the bed right there for now. So that way I can actually finally get rid of that. or I should say, not get rid of, but hang on to it for if I go out exploring and want to quickly sleep. Very much like these, why I have them on me still is because they're for survival based. I gotta go grab my dogs in just a second. Okay, it's just on this side. I don't want any coloring on this side of the blue for now. I'm gonna retexture it all with that other texture, because the other texture actually shows damage better, and it's actually easier to see the damage from inside. Whether I say that made me jump or not, it's irrelevant, but it did. And it's only because I wasn't expecting them to go off. And this is why I normally do a lot of glass with my bases. So I know when shit's gonna go off, like the turrets. Actually, we will do it full block, around, so that way, no matter which side I'm on, it'll make life a lot easier to figure out what's damaged, what's not. Because as you can see, like right here, I could tell that that block is damaged. gray works better. Dark gray. Yeah. The gray just tends to show damage and brokenness a lot easier. Like, I can tell that the blocks there are broken above where this is. Let me just do medium. Quickly. So that way it paints the whole side as long as I aim at that block there. It'll only paint the side though. Like that. So now let's go through and try to fix anything that's broken. Now that we have all 4 angles covered from the roof up here, which makes me happier. Inevitably, this line here will be eventually replaced with steel, as will a good portion of some of the other bits too. But give me a moment. Okay. Now, without any further interruption, let's continue on here. Any damage? Any more damage? I don't see any. That's good. We'll definitely have to fix bits of it later and change bits of it from carbon to steel, especially right around the turrets and that stuff. until I figure out what I want from it. I'm not gonna have it make all of that just yet. How expensive is glass? Silicon ingots. But the biggest reason why I wanted the carbon blocks, why I wanted 100 carbon blocks, is so I could take a small bit of this and extend this way. So I have a temporary docking area for my hover vessels or whatnot. The reason why I made the area bigger and flatter was so I could also spawn one other one right now. Just for safekeeping. Which means I will be spawning ammo for it too, because it's expensive ammo. Which is my friend's assault tank. Railgun, 130, artillery, and plasma. Spotlights. So now, while I'm out moving around and exploring, at least I have something that can actually defend me. Heavily defend me. Oh, Talon territory. Oops. Sorry, Talon. Didn't mean to piss you off. Genuinely didn't mean to do that. Still haven't found Polaris, though. Which is kind of irritating. Because they're normally like the main faction that I base my whole saves on. That probably was not a good thing for it to shoot at, but I'm not gonna fret too much. At this point, I don't really care. The only faction I care about really pleasing is Polaris, because Polaris is the only one that actually I know is trading outside of the trader faction. Shotgun's allowed to do it, but like the sniper rifle can, which actually should be able to do it more than the shotgun should be able to, in my opinion, because the sniper would do more damage to a small tree like that. Also did a really good job of making sure that, you know, the vessels were good mobility wise, but you know, they still can get stuck on stuff if you're not careful. Also does interiors for his stuff, most of it, so you can actually fly from inside it, which is actually easier to aim the guns and aim where you're facing. Again, really? There it went. Didn't actually flick me off like it normally does. mainly what I'm looking and exploring for is for the main resources. Because there is a couple, like, really good ones on this planet that are, like, advanced tier type shit. But I'd rather bring this along with me than any other. Another iron deposit. Uh-oh. What's red? Ah, it's a minigun. Okay. That's fine. That should be nothing for this vessel to be able to take out. Promethium, that's useful. I will be back for you at some point. There is an upside to taking out those bases, though, that are like Zarag territory areas. By taking out all the bases, you actually eliminate their territory. So therefore, then you can actually, you know, mine and do whatever freely. Do I have an ore scanner on me? Yes, I do. Good. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to get in real close to the vessel so it can be like literally watching my backside while I'm mining. That was it? Wow. That's pathetic. Whoa. That was a god mode glitch. It was because I was trying to get into the cockpit of this a certain way. I hit G at the wrong time and it just threw me. Before you ask, yes, you can climb literal mountains. That's one of the ores I was talking about. Being super rare. Wasn't a big deposit of it, but 17 ore out of that. Yeah, that helps a lot. Plus that you can also make currency with that. A fairly large amount of it too. Oof. Oof. Well, we were heading west, so let's continue that way. Because we'll eventually do a full circle around the planet, which will be good. Head towards that question mark. I don't know what it's gonna be, but head towards it. Another barge. Looks like there's another Zarak base, probably. Actually, stop here for a second. Let that stay there. Let me just go see. How many kills are we at now? 94. Jeez. Okay, where's my vessel at? find out what this is over here. Okay. Again, it's just so I could get back to it. It's not. Because I only do that so I could get back to it while using God mode. Because, yeah. Definitely something different, though. Those barges need a thing. Another barge there. Talon right there too. Let's go directly this way then. After we see what resource that is and where it is exactly. So if it's in the neutral territory, I can take it if it's something worth it. It's all yours. Okay. Don't need it right now. Okay. We'll continue on west here. Under control, ship. Jesus. No, I did. I knew he was there. And I knew that it was going to want to attack it. Just got him neutral with Talon. Although that's not helping. Oof. Okay. Chill, ship. Damn. That was not what I was expecting it to start doing. By the way, because I started it on a large planet, yeah, this could take a little bit of time to get around it. Because they are huge. didn't know that one creature that was coming at me was actually, you know, not a... You know, I didn't know if that one enemy that at that time I attacked it was actually an enemy or not. I just fired because it was making a sound that was horrific. And thus the game penalized me for it. Which is why Crow hates me. Yeah. Actually, they're just unfriendly. They're not, like, super pissed at me. And I can recover the unfriendly kind of easily. Just gotta kill more Zarak. Which, as I'm close to one of their territories, clearly, stay there. I'm gonna go investigate what's over here. Oh, that's not fun. If it destroys the vessel, I'm not worried too much about it. The core's behind reinforced glass, that's annoying. Which means... Or it's behind armored glass, which basically means it's basically untouchable for the most part. Hey! Ooh, and a laser rifle. Nice. one of the defense buildings. Already got one of those. Good there. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Just another med kit. Food I don't need, primarily. Not taking anything else out of there. Not considering there's another building over here that I need to hit. Which is the comm array. There's the core for it. Nothing hidden? That's weird. Oh my god. Sweet. Although I'm not actually taking out the cores of these. Oh, by disabling that, that actually disables the base attack. Nice. It means there's still a Zarak building that it has its core, which it's this one. Nope. This one. Yep. There we go. Now the area is still Zarak. For the moment. But it could absolutely just run around here now. And loot absolutely everything. If I so choose to. Which I don't. Any armor? Nope, just another tier 2 shoddy that I don't need. Let's see, what does everybody got? Ooh, you got money. You're useful. Thank you. Ooh, you got ammo. You're useful. You. Yeah, you're useless. You're useless. Ow! And money. You're very useful. Oh, okay. That's cool. We're just checking to make sure there's nothing hidden. Escape has a huge tendency to do that. Wow, that is way too much range for that shotty. making our way back to my base. Which is gonna be easier said than done at this point. So we got a lot of loot out of that. And considering the time, it's a good time for me to call it quits for the day. So we'll go back, we'll get this all docked up and put it away, and we'll get this stuff that I just scavenged put away. But I've actually disabled base attack now by taking out that HQ. So no more base being attacked. That's useful to know that ahead of time now. And also before we end, I'm going to spawn one more vehicle that will be there and ready for us, which is the reason for the route being the way it is. Though I don't know if it's going to be big enough with the turrets being there. Oh God. And it's called my big boy. Because it's time that I brought it out, so I have it there and available if I want to leave the planet, which I don't just yet, of course. But I want it there. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, this is just the starting planet. The build that I'm working on this planet is not the build that is going to be the final build. No, that's the point of this survival save, is to actually find that optimal planet to build my optimal best base I've ever done eventually. But I want to make sure I have enough resources beforehand too, which is why the starting planet is so good, to cover most of those needs. faction is now hostile towards me. What a surprise, right? Not really. Primarily because I knew it was going to happen eventually anyway. And it's the main reason why I want to get out of this swampy area anyway, too. It's been a good planet to start on, but I've not enjoyed the fact that the krill are so present. Actually, I don't know if it'll fit at all, to be fair. So what I'll do is I'll power it up. With what little fuel I actually have. Like, I know it's not gonna fit on the build, but something's preventing it from at least coming down evenly. So I need to verify why. Because it won't fit on the actual thing because the actual roof is actually too small for the actual ship. But it should be able to be positioned up there with enough support. Maybe it won't be. That's okay. As long as I can get my hover vessels loaded up on it, we're good. Which is what I'm gonna do now. Unfortunately, this one's gonna have to go back here because the other one is just far, far too big. Now let me actually go to... Oh, I'm not actually... Am I seriously not close enough to my actual base? Really? That can't be possible. No way. That don't make sense. Okay, I know what to do then. Come stand here and do it from here. Manage. Pioneer Cruiser. Large wreckage. Main storage. Move that all over there. Move that all in there. The ammo can stay. that way that I want it. Nothing else. Now we can go to Pioneer Cruiser on this side. Main storage. Vacate. Now, I'm not gonna worry about that base right now. It was a good starting home, but yeah. Gonna move to space and figure out what I want to do from there. Figure out what type of planet I want to live on from there. But 2 stacks, because 2 stacks will go into the vessel I'm about to spawn here in just a second. Which will be the advanced fighter. Just stop right there. And that's where we'll leave it for today. I do hope you enjoyed, and I will speak with you all tomorrow.